Hi wordsmiths and word weavers. It is officially autumn here in the Netherlands and the weather seems to agree with it. It's raining outside but it's nice and comfy inside. A perfect day for writing. And even though you might be alone at your PC, it doesn't mean that you work lonely. On the contrary, we'll be writing together. So join me during a couple of hours of writing sprints and see how we can help each other. What will I do today? I will have a quick look at my previous live stream from last week. During the following hours, we will see if the Inky Winged Beats will be allowed to share some news, or maybe they can just share some juicy gossips with us. Because I mean, gossips don't need to be approved, right? I will also take a brief look at NaNoWriMo. It's now 1.5 months away. So are you preparing for it? What will be your project? I will tell a bit about what I am doing for NaNoWriMo and what I'll be working on. And perhaps we might see Nejat. I have no idea. I don't know if she will make an appearance today. That's something I will have to discover. I really have no clue yet. And of course, will I be able to write 2,000 words today? That's the biggest question of them all. Last time I did manage to reach my goal. So we'll just have to see and wait. So come in, find out, and let's write together. Last week, I looked at, I wrote more about Nejat and his team and all the other dragon riders that joined him in the village near Dragon City, south of Dragon City. And my apologies, I've just eaten. Okay. And they are now with 24 dragon companions. I keep mixing up those dragon riders, dragon companions. It's because I used dragon riders for a long time as a term. And a little while ago, I discovered that dragon companions is actually the better term to use, because they're not just simple dragon riders, they are their companions. And that's the difference I will go into perhaps later on today, or perhaps I'll explain the difference in a separate video. I don't know yet. Anyways, so Nejat was joined, Nejat and his team, I have to say, were joined by 16 other dragon riders. 2 of them are his brothers, Finlay and Seamus. They each have their own team, and they are the main characters, they are the main characters, at least Seamus is, of the full books later on. Finlay will have a more prominent role later on in the books. At least that is what I know at the moment. Anyways, Nejat was joined by his brothers, and they brought him news from Dragon City that instead of getting a marriage contract, with the renewal of the alliance contract that happens every, I don't know yet. I haven't quite been able to put the finger on it. Is it every year? Because I don't know, that means they have very regular contact and know about things. Is it every 5 years? Is it every decade? It might be every decade, because the feeling I get is that at least the brothers do not have a lot of contact with the children from the other kingdom. And it seems also that the higher-ups haven't had many contact options with the officials, haven't had many contacts with the officials of the other kingdom. So I'm starting to have a feeling that it's at least every 5 years or perhaps every decade that the alliance contract is being renewed. And for this renewal process, there's a delegation coming to Dragon City, and it should have arrived or is arriving soon there. And the king of the other kingdom usually comes once the contract is in such a state that it can be signed. His officials will just do the negotiation. Often enough, there doesn't need to be much negotiation because there hasn't changed a lot. So I don't know how it will be now. That is something we have to discover. Or I have to discover, and you guys with me. And in the meantime, because Nejat and Nejat have reached an age where they can get married, and that is also one of the reasons I think the contract period is much longer. Because they have reached an age where they can marry, it's often done that the eldest of the children get married to each other, and of course those are arranged marriages, and those are not always happy marriages. I mean, that's often the case with arranged marriages. And in this case, Nejat and Nejat don't quite know each other. I haven't discovered yet why, especially because the kingdoms do have contact with each other. But it's possible that, especially if the alliance contract period is 5 years or 10 years, there's a high chance that they have never seen each other, or haven't seen each other for a very long time. Nejat is in his 20s right now, and that is the late 20s, beginning 30s. That's something I have to discover as well. I thought it was beginning 30s, but sometimes I get the feeling it's late 20s, but that's something that will come more clear, I think, later on. But if he has reached that age already, it would be interesting if he and Nejat haven't seen each other for a long time, and if the contract were to be renewed every year, it might stand to reason that they would have seen each other, I don't know, a couple of years ago. Even though the delegation usually does not have the children with them. But when you reach a certain age, I mean, when you're out of your teenage years, it stands to reason that you get more official roles. So in that case, it would be logical, in a sense, if they would have met each other in the past. So that is something that I will need to discover. I will need to see when they last met, if they met at all. I mean, it's no guarantee. I do know that the king of the other kingdom has a lot of children because he has a harem, he has concubines, he has a main wife, but he also has concubines, and that makes for quite a lot of children. He's very, let's just say he's very good with that, to keep it all PG rated. So yeah, Nejat has several brothers and sisters, and so in that respect, it might be logical that that they haven't met. I mean, it's perfectly possible that some of her other brothers and sisters earlier joined one of the delegations, if they indeed would have done a renewal every year, or maybe even every 5 years. If they would have done a renewal every 10 years, maybe not. Nejat is somewhat younger than Nejat. She is in her at least early 20s. That's something I need to figure out as well. How old is Nejat? How old is Nejat? Those are things I don't know quite yet. I don't quite know yet, I have to say. And it will be fun to figure out, but it's not always easy. But that's okay. I don't care about that. It's just it's fun nonetheless. So with a 10-year period, it would have been logical that they wouldn't have met unless Nejat would have been with his father, if they might have been to the other country. Those are all things that are at the moment still unclear, and things that I have to figure out. Oh, hello, Fadina. Hi. Thanks for joining. I hope you're looking forward to several writing sessions. I have planned to do, I don't know, to go on till 5 or 6 p.m. if everything goes all right. So that's, I don't know, 5 or 6 writing sessions, maybe more. So we'll see about that. I was just telling everyone about what I discovered last time in the previous previous live stream. You're very much looking forward to it. Perfect. So like I said, there's a lot that I still need to discover. The age of both Nejat and Nejat, how many times they have met, what the most recent time was that they met. Because I do have a feeling that they haven't met very recently. At least that is the feeling I get from all those grapevine words. I don't know yet. There's a lot to discover. So we will see. Maybe the Inky Winged Beats reporters can tell us about that as well. I have really no idea. So it's all things that hopefully will become more and more clear as I go. I mean, those are things I need to know. So one way or the other, I hope that the Inky Winged Beats reporters can tell me more about it, or maybe I can get more information from Nejat or from Nejat herself or whatever. It will be fun to discover. Fedina, you're down for however many hours, as many as possible. Well, I do have an appointment to watch the Formula 1 race this evening. I know it's in a couple of hours. I think it starts, oh my god, it starts in 45 minutes. So it's a good thing that I'm doing this live stream session, so I'm not going to check Twitter and such, and I will ignore the messages on my phone, because yeah, the local news broadcast tends to also keep a track on the Formula 1. So yeah, I will get news on my phone, so I'm just gonna ignore my phone. So it's a good thing that I happen to think of another way to do the timers, being not on my phone, but just simple, use the timer from Windows. I mean, why did I not think about that before? Anyways, ignoring the race, I mean, yeah, Max starts at, I think, the 10th place or the 11th place in Singapore. That's not a good place to start for him, but okay. I'm gonna ignore that. I'm totally gonna ignore everything that's happening around Unity for these several hours, because Unity, I mean, that was the reason that I postponed this live stream. I totally forgot to tell you guys. I postponed this live stream that I had planned to do last Friday, because there was so much going on with Unity that my mind was totally occupied by it. Unity is the 3D game engine that I used in the past for my projects, and I was just working on really building my first small game in Unity. And then they dropped the bombshell last Tuesday, and it's got the whole developers community and even their competitors. I'm an author and I do not have words for that. I mean, their competitors in the ads program, they even try to reason with the CEO of Unity and try to at least have them revert the changes they announced last Tuesday. Well, that's not going to happen. I mean, they haven't done anything about it. They have only clarified a few things. The biggest things are still not clarified. And there's been a lot of uproar about it. And a lot of developers are not happy with it. Several also big time developers have said, okay, we're moving away from Unity. We're going somewhere else, for at least for new projects. But that's a story for another time. I might just do a video about that or over on my studio channel instead of this channel, because my author channel doesn't concern that. But that occupied my mind so much that I simply couldn't concentrate on anything about writing, and I had to prepare for my smaller birthday party, which I had yesterday with my family. So that was a good time. It was a good afternoon. I had lots of fun. But I had to prepare a few things, and yeah, so it took a long time, and also of course I had to work. So with my mind occupied like that, I decided to postpone the live stream from last Friday and do it today. So because I lost so much time, I want to catch up on other things later on today, and I want to start writing now. So let's start our first word sprint. It's again like previous times. I use the Pomodoro technique, where we write for 25 minutes and then we have a break. And in that break, I talk about what I discovered, if I can talk about that, if either the High Council of Tergaenae gives me permission to tell you guys about what I discovered, or if perhaps the Inky Winged Beats have some gossip to share. I mean, they can share that. And I might also talk about other things. I will look at NaNoWriMo again this week, and for the rest, I'll just see how everything goes. And with the weather being as it is, I don't mind being stuck inside. It's a good day to be writing. So I wish you all a lot of fun writing, and yeah, here. I wish you all a lot of fun writing, and let's start our first write sprint. Happy writing, everyone. Nice. And that's the end of our sprint. Hi Thomas and our Lord Forlan. Thank you for joining. It's wonderful to see you again. It's been such a long time. And I hope everything is alright with you. Please let us know either here or in the Discord how you've been doing. And I've been a bit worried about you because we haven't heard from you for so long. I hope things are going well again for you. Fadina, how did your word sprint go? I managed to write 537 words, so that's a good thing. I'm very happy with that. For those who don't know, I usually have a session target, so a sprint target of 500 words, because that seems to be, for me, a good target. I don't... how do I say that? It might not be the target for everyone, but for me it seems to be a good target. And the fun thing about writing in Scrivener is that when you have when you're writing, you can also set targets for your writing, both for your manuscript as a total and for your current writing session. And I always set my session target at 500 words, so I can see the progression bar slowly filling up. And well, when you have reached your target, it's a full green bar, so that's awesome. That's always fun to see. It's been a good sprint. It's been a good sprint. Not really much happens. It's more the gathering of the people and resources, supplies, and things like that. And well, there's one thing, and I know I have gotten the approval of the Tergaenae High Council to tell you guys about this. The flutter nymphs do more than collecting resources. They have actually saved a little boy in the village who was barreling towards a cliff. Apparently they are close to a cliff. I didn't know that. I really need to figure out where that village is on the continent, because I'm slowly discovering more and more that I did not expect. So yeah, that's part of world building that I still need to do. It's weird, but in essence, they saved the little boy from falling off the cliff, so that's a good thing. So one family member of his wants to help out, although she's still in her forming years, as it is called, her teenage years. And so Nejat is not quite eager to bring her along, but well, maybe some of the other dragon companions might think differently about that. Fedina, since you're towards the ending of the book, you're not counting words anymore and just make sure the additions you add flows. That's a perfect way to do that, indeed. It's for me the word count goal is not a goal in itself. It's to get me to keep track of progress that I make. And I am with a background story. It's for myself more an accountability tool, to make sure that I keep on progressing with the story. It's not a target, a goal in itself. I really use it as a tool and nothing more. For the book later on, for the final books, I'm not going to limit myself because I know there are many different opinions about how many word count, or how many words a first book should have, or how many words a fantasy book should have, or a crime novel, or whatever. Especially with all those new things that I discovered the last several months, the last year. I am not going to limit myself in words, but I will keep track of the words to have an idea of where I'm going, and because I want to avoid writing a book that's, well, how can I say that? which is I don't know, as big as, for example, the Discovery of Heaven, or the Game of Thrones books, or, well, any of those huge volume books. And I mean, if it happens like that, it happens. But I also want to see where I can make the divisions in this book, or for multiple books. I will just have to see. Tomas, Lord Fallen, you're not exactly good, but you'll manage. Okay, well, let us know in the Discord if there's anything we can do for you. It's completely understandable that you don't do that here in the in YouTube, in the chat. I completely understand. But if there's anything we can do for you, please let us know in the Discord. We're here for you, and I hope we can support you in also in other ways than just being here for you, if that's possible in any way. I hope this stream gives you some a way to how should I say this, to think about other things, and to turn back to writing if you hadn't been able to do that before, and to just have a little bit of fun. That's also good. Just a way to distract yourself from other things that are going on. So please let us know if you are willing to share how you are doing and what we can do to help you in our Discord. As you know, what comes in our Discord stays in our Discord, and we will just help you where we can. So, as for this writing session, that's pretty much all I have, or all I can share. Let me put it that way. My apologies. I was up quite early this morning, so I'm not quite sure why I'm now starting to get sleepy while I'm also really writing. So that's a fun coincidence. I remember Dina, my moderator, who couldn't be here today, she told us a little while ago that her best writing is done when she starts to get sleepy, and I think that she might have a point. I also experience often that I get loads of ideas when I want to go to bed, when I want to sleep. So I always have my phone at my nightstand. That's the beauty of having a phone. You can just take it and make some notes. It's way easier than having a notebook, because writing in a notebook comes with the fact that you have to turn on the lights. I mean, I can't write in the dark because I would screw up things monumentally. So having my phone, I mean, that phones are wonderful, wonderful tools, and they can also be really annoying. But in this case, when I write at night, or when I come at an idea at night before I go to bed, I'll just write it down in my phone and I'll look at it the next morning. So that's how I deal with it. And sometimes I indeed get the best ideas, and sometimes it just has to simmer a bit more, and then I will write down the idea that I got, so that at least I can go to sleep. And later on, I will find that the idea has simmered more and it has evolved, or it has devolved into nothing. I mean, that's also possible. So yeah, that is how I deal with ideas that come late at night before I go to bed. And in this case, I had a kind of restless night, so I woke up several times. But I did sleep a very decent amount of hours, so that's a good thing. And right now, my writing is going very well. So it's not like last week where I was a bit hindered by writing. So I don't care. It's all good for me right now. Thomas, thank you for answering in the Discord. I'll respond to that later on in the Discord. I won't do that here. In the meantime, are you guys up for another writing sprint? Because that will be fun as well. And please share what you are working on and what hurdles you find through your writing process, or in your writing process, I should say, and how you manage to solve those hurdles. That's always interesting to know. And it's what shall I say? Everyone has other hurdles they find. For me, before I could write in this story again and work on the story again, I had to work through some personal things, and it wasn't work, and it wasn't my house or whatever. It was more a mental, psychological thing I had to work through, and I worked through that with some help. I'm very glad that I got that help, and it is something that in a certain way I will use in my stories, but it's not. How shall I say that? I use the experience of what I've been through. I use the experience in my story. I won't retell that story because I don't need to do that. But I will use this. I will use it as an experience in the story. So that's the difference. But I needed to work through that to be able to move on with my story, because I found that in my story and in the character developments of certain characters, there were things that I could not answer. And even though I am a discovery writer, and that means that you discover a lot. I mean, that's logical. But in this case, this was something that I hadn't managed to find an answer to for several years already. For about not several years, for a little over a year. I have to correct that. For a little over a year, I wasn't able to find a proper answer for it, and I needed that answer to know how certain characters would evolve during the books, and how certain events might happen, and what the impact of those events would be. So that is how I will use those experiences that I've been through, because I mean, they often say authors need to suffer for their crafts. Well, I don't agree with that. That's bullshit. But you can use what you've been through in your stories. You can use the experience. You don't need to use the story itself. You don't need to use your own story, but you use the experience you've been through to give that depth to your character, and or to more characters, to multiple characters, and to your story, and it will make it better. And in my case, I finally knew how to deal with certain things, and that way I could move on. And I knew what other things I needed to discover and needed to write about. And then it really helped me through the writer's block, and which I originally didn't even know that I had it, and especially what the cause of that writer's block was. So it can help you work through it, and it can help you process those experiences, and use the experiences to make your story better. That is what I do in this case, or in my case, I have to say. And I won't go into details about what it was that I worked through. That's not important to know. Or at least that's not important for you guys to know. Let me put it that way. In this case, for the previous writing session, there's not more to tell. So I would like to run another writing session. What about you guys? Are you up for another writing session? And or editing session? I don't know if you're writing or editing. Tomas, Lord Forlarn, are you writing your story you told us about last time, or are you editing, or more world building? What are you doing? Let us know, or maybe you can let us know after the next writing session. Oh, those were birds outside. I thought I saw something weird. It was just some crows outside. People, remember to keep on drinking. That's important. Even if it's cold outside and warm inside, it's important to stay hydrated. So keep on doing that. Oh, you're reading for your dissertation, Tomas. Okay, well, good luck with your reading and taking notes. I hope everything goes all right with your dissertation. And perhaps you can tell us about it in our next break. I'd love to hear what you're working on in your dissertation. I suggest that we start another sprint. Now let's see that I take the proper one of 25 minutes instead of 25 hours, because the previous timer I had set to 25 hours. That really doesn't work. So 25 minutes. Here we go again. I wish you all good luck and a lot of fun. And may your word count flow. And your reading, of course. Hi, little writer doodles. Thank you for joining us. You made it along for a bit of writing, calm, in the midst of chaos. Okay. Well, we're in the middle of a writing sprint. We have 1 minute left, and then we'll have a bit of a chat. I'll see you in 1 minute. And that is the end of our sprints. I hope you guys did well or have been reading well. I managed to write a whopping 700 words, so that was a good thing. And there's one thing I know I can tell you about, because the Tergaenae High Council already gave me approval for that in the past. There's a group of children who wanted to initially join Nejat and the other dragon companions into the forest, but Nejat managed to convince them to instead take care of the dragons that have now gathered on the field next to the forest. The dragons who are the companions of Nejat and his team. And he let them make a promise to him. Now, in Tergaenae, there are promises and there are promises. Now, the latter one is a promise that is very important, and it has a bond. It's a binding promise. You have to use a certain way to tell it, to say it, and the receiver of the promise also has to say a certain thing when receiving that promise. That makes it binding. And in this case, the children promised Nejat to leave the field and to return home if and when the dragons leave the field for the forest. Because when the dragons go to the forest, it means there is real trouble. I mean, there are only 8 of them. Only 8 of them at that field, as opposed to the field on the south. But when they need to join their companions in the forest and above the forest, it means there is real trouble ahead, and the outsiders, the thugs, are really posing a dangerous threat to the dragon companions and those who are going with them to the forest. And those who are going with them to the forest. So, if they leave that field, that signifies also that there is a potential threat for the children. I mean, those thugs can go anywhere from the forest, and there is, of course, the great potential that they will first go to the field and then go somewhere else. And what would they do if they meet those children on the field? Will they just pass them by, or will they take them hostage? So that is why Nejat has made the children promise him that they will return home when the dragons leave the field and go into the forest. So it will be interesting to see what will happen next. At least a few villages, quite a lot of villages, join Nejat and the other dragon companions and the village guards into the forest. And in itself, that might be helpful, because there are a lot of flutter nymphs that have to be relocated, and a lot of nests that have to be relocated. So in that aspect, it will help to have more people with them. So we'll have to see how that goes, and maybe I can tell you about it after the next writing session, or the one after that. I don't know yet. It's something we'll have to see. In the meantime, Fidina, Tamas, Little Writer Doodles, how are you all doing? How is it going with your writing, and Tamas with your reading? What is your dissertation about? I'm really curious about that. It's been years, decades. Can I say that? Yeah, it's been decades since I went to college. I mean, my gray hair does obviously show that, and that is not a dye in my hair. Although some people have asked me in the past, how did I manage to dye my hair like that? Well, I didn't. I just told them it's a very special dye, and you will not get access to it until you've reached a certain age. And they bought it. So, or they just, I mean, logically, they just made of it what they wanted. So yeah, it's been ages since I was in college, and I don't need to worry about those things anymore. But I can imagine that working on a dissertation is not the easiest thing. Little Writer Doodles, welcome for joining us. It's great to have you. I hope that that the chaos isn't too much for you. How's the little one doing? I hope she's doing all right, and your partner as well. And Fedina, how did your writing go? Did you manage to get along or to go to? My apologies. Did you manage to make a lot of progress near the end of your book? That's always fun to hear. Oh, and I noticed that I forgot to turn back here. So let's do that. It's writing is fun to do, and I find it, how shall I say that? It's a challenge, but it's also fun to discover what lies hidden in your brain, what worlds lie hidden there, what characters lie hidden there, what stories lie hidden there. It's so incredible. There is so much going on that we just don't know about yet, and that's fun. I mean, that is the beauty of what we can do as authors. It's incredible, and we have the chance to let the world know about it, to let others join in that fun, and that's amazing. That's amazing. Little Writer Doodles, you have the normal amount of chaos. Okay, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. So that means that you can write a bit. That's that would be fun. So are you still working on your story that you told us about last time, or are you working on something else? I'm curious to hear about that. And in the meantime, welcome to everybody else who joined us. If you are new here, it's today I'm doing a mix of writing sprints and just chatting a bit about writing and about our experiences with writing and with making stories and characters and our world. It's always fun. And later on today, I will also look a bit at NaNoWriMo, which is now 2.5 months away. 2.5 months, my apologies, it's 1.5 months. I mean, it's November 1st that it starts, so not in December. So yeah, I will look at NaNoWriMo as well. Like I said, writing is I find writing, let me put it that way, I find writing a fun challenge, and it's the what shall I say, the worlds that are hidden within us, that's incredible. And the fact that we are able to put that to words and to share that with other people and to make stories. I mean, if you look at manuscripts that have been written in the past, ages ago, centuries ago, but also stories that have survived through oral telling, that were told along the campfires. Those are from eons ago. That's oftentimes also sharing experiences and warning other people and younger people about the dangers. And I always wonder how much did they tell that was purely a story like we do now. I mean, I don't tell people about dragon companions because I actually experience dragon companions here in life. I mean, I've never seen a dragon in real life here on Earth. It doesn't mean that there haven't been dragons. It doesn't mean that at some point in the future we won't find dragons on other planets. I mean, people think that we are, people seem to think that we are alone in the universe, or that what I read last a couple of days ago, that there may be life on other planets, but it certainly won't look like us. I mean, we are the exception. It will look very different from how we look. Why? Because it has already been confirmed that the building blocks of life, of our life, of what we look like, it doesn't come from Earth. Those building blocks come from space. So, I don't know. I mean, why wouldn't aliens look like us? Because we are the aliens, in essence, here on Earth. But I don't know. We will see, and hopefully that's may sound weird, but hopefully I will get to experience that and see that or hear about that in my lifetime. That would be great. And it would be fun to see that. It would be fun if we can travel to other planets and see a whole myriad of life that's completely different from us. Other plants and creatures and other peoples. That would be incredible. Little Writer Doodles, yep, you're going through and editing, rewriting your fantasy novel, hoping you'll have it more done by November so you can draft the second one, long shot. Oh, that's an awesome challenge. That sounds great. And like Fedina, who says, yay, it sounds great, you can do it, baby. I have all the confidence that you can do it. You just keep on going, and you will make it. Tomas, your dissertation is about political and purely military reasons of the survival of the cavalry as an independent branch of the arms from the American Civil War to the First World War. Oh, that's interesting. So you're not writing, if I understand you correctly, about something that happens in your home country, but something that happens in America? Is it? Do I understand that correctly? Or happened, I should say. It's quite an interesting era the time from the American Civil War to the First World War. And also, the First World War, I believe, was not something, or was it, where the United States was really much involved. I think that, if I'm correct, but please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm correct, that was more a European thing, instead, in comparison to World War II, which had a heavy influence also in our favor from the Americans. I'm very glad that they were with our ancestors back then. So, Little Writer Doodles, you want to work on a second novel in November. Fedina, do you have an idea for what you want to work on in November? And Tomas as well. I'm still thinking about. Well, I have to say that correctly. I hope I can work on the first book that follows after this background story that I'm currently writing. I have the intention to write and also finish the outline of the complete series in October. But I first want to finish this book, or this book, I say, this background story, because this background story holds a lot of information, a lot of important details that I need in my first real book, the book that follows this background story, and in the books thereafter. So I need to have this story really finished. So if I don't have it finished in October, then I will just continue in October. Besides writing, continue to write on my outline for the series. because there will be a lot of things that will happen later on in the series that I expect that will need foreshadowing in the first book, and that will need some more how shall I say this, the start of a few things, like with this background story. Nejat and Nejat in a certain way play an important role, at least at first, more in the background. They are the cause of why certain actions are done by the Dragon Companions, and by the Dragon Companion King, or the King of the Dragon Companions, I should say. And so they are, in that aspect, the main characters. But the real main characters of the books, that for at least the first book, and probably a large part of the second book, are different characters. Well, Seamus will be there. He is one of the main characters. Finlay will be in one of the later books as one of the main characters as well. But many of the other characters play a much smaller role in at least the first book, and probably also the second book. So, and that's okay. It is also what I had in mind, but I still need to know a lot of things, and several things will influence. Several things that happen in this background story will influence the first story. So I'll have to see how that plays out, and how things, how shall I say that? How things are at the beginning of the first book. So that is why I really need to finish this background story before November. Thomas, based on the examples of Great Britain, the United States, Prussia, Imperial Germany, and the Habsburg Empire, Austria-Hungary. Oh wow, that's quite a lot that you take in. That's very interesting. I can imagine that there are quite some differences between the different countries on how they do things, and maybe or also be influenced by each other on how they do things. I'm looking forward to hearing more about that, because I can imagine it can also bring a lot of inspiration for fantasy stories, and for other stories that have somehow military in them, or any other form of fighting forces. So I can imagine that also gives a lot of inspiration. It's good to hear about it. Thank you. And please feel free to share if you can. I don't know how much freedom you have to share. I have to say it properly. I don't know how much freedom you have to actually share about your dissertation, the contents of your dissertation, before you have it finished and presented it. I mean, it's been years for me, and you live somewhere else, so I don't know how that works in comparison to here in the Netherlands. Not all schools, colleges, universities, but also the companies here in the Netherlands, the companies you are placed at for your dissertation, will allow you to share the information that you have in your dissertation. So I have no idea how much you can actually share about it with us, but it would be great if you can share about it with us. It would be very interesting, I think. So with everything that we know so far and that we are all working on, are you guys up for another word sprint of 25 minutes? I know I am. I think I didn't tell you guys. I managed to write 700. Oh yeah, I told you guys. I managed to write 700 words, so that's a good thing. I'll see how far I can get. with in the next sprint. And guys, stay hydrated. That's really important, because it will keep you. It will help you keep going on. For those viewers who are not familiar with what I do, I am currently writing a fantasy story about dragon companions and mages, or fantasy series, I should say, about dragon companions and mages and a whole lot of other things, set in the fantasy world, in the high fantasy world of Tergaenae. And it is a fun world, and it is filled to the brim with magic, and not everyone has access to that magic, and not everyone is born with that magic. So there are just also a lot of commoners, but in this background story already, I also find that, and in a sense, I already knew that. Commoners can also be influenced by magic. Little Red Doodles, a good point. We'll grab a water. Yes, please do. Because it's really important to keep a water or another drink with you when you are writing. It's so easy to forget to drink something or to eat something. Especially when you're writing, and especially when you are in that flow and you want to continue writing. I mean, grabbing a bottle that's next to your laptop or your notebook or whatever, that's easy. But if you have to leave your laptop and go to the kitchen or somewhere else to grab your drinks or to grab something to eat, that pulls you out of the flow of writing, and that's not always handy. But like I said, for those who are not familiar with me and with my streams, I'm working on the fantasy series of Tergaenae, the Tergaenae Chronicles. And at the moment, I'm working on the background story of Nejat and Nejat. And I will keep on working on that background story for a while. I do weekly live stream sessions, weekly live streams, I have to say, with writing sessions of 25 minutes and then a short break in the between. So yeah, that's all about me. And in the future, I will also have other things. I will have a podcast about being an author, what that or my author journey. So I should put it that way, my author journey. And also small videos with revelations from the Inky Winged Beats, but also tips and tricks about writing and writing tools and more things like that. Little Red Doodles, you have your water with you. Excellent. Then I suggest that we start another word sprint of 25 minutes. And wait, let me grab my timer. Here it is. And then we can get back to writing again. I wish you all a lot of fun writing, and may the words flow for you. Happy writing! And that was the end of our sprints. How did you guys do? I managed to write another 700, to be exact, 727 words. And I have a surprise thing popping up. I will have to wait and see if I am allowed to divulge that information. I don't know yet. I hope I can. It would be a fun little thing. It is, how should I say that? It was a good writing session for me. And even not looking at the 700 words, but it revealed more of Nejat's character, and also of a few other people. It's interesting. The villages you are now accompanying Nejat and the other companions turn out, at least a few of them, turn out to be quite interesting as well. I will have to see how that plays out in the following pieces. I don't know yet. It seems that that a few people want to, I don't know, make some trouble, potentially. So I'll have to see how that turns out. But it was a good writing session. That is, I find, one of the fun things about discovery writing. You can find out things that you did not expect. My apologies. You can find out things that you did not expect, and those could be things that you can use in your story. It could also be things that might not be beneficial for your story. It could be something that there might just be a tiny detail in your story, or even in the world in which your story plays, and it might not have a significant influence on your story, but at the same time it might make your story more immersive. I mean, it's all it's all nice when everybody does what you ask them to do, but that hardly makes for an interesting story. I mean, if we all do the same, just because one person tells us to do that, is that fun? Of course, it depends on what you need to do and what you are asked to do. In this case, a dragon companion asks you to do something in light of a mission. Well, if you do not agree to that, well, consequences might be for you. So yeah, that can be fun. It can give you interesting storylines, so to speak. It can also show you interesting aspects of your main characters, but also of extra characters you have in your story. For example, side characters, or just some world building character that you use. It's all possible, and that is the fun of discovery writing. And it's, I mean, I know it's not for everybody. That's logical, sort of say. But as long as you, how shall I say that? As long as you manage to write a good story, and keep on making an immersive story and an immersive world for your readers, then it's a good thing. I mean, you don't need... let me rephrase that. It's not handy if you write sideline after sideline just to expand on your story and never return to your main storyline. I mean, those side storylines can be a lot of fun to write, but they also have to fulfill a function. But especially in your first draft, and potentially in your second and third draft as well, those side storylines can give you that information that you might need. It can give you just those tiny details that you need. That you need to be able to progress your main storyline. So especially in those first few drafts, don't stop yourself from working on those side storylines. At the same time, it is important to realize that you might have to remove them in the end and somehow get that information in another way in your story to make sure that your characters and everyone else involved, so your main characters and the other characters, have that information that is needed and can progress in your story. That is the most important thing. So side storylines are fun to write, can give you a lot of information, of details, of information about your characters, information about the world of your books, but it's not the end goal of your story. You have to keep that main storyline in your vision. And of course it can happen that the main storyline is no longer the main storyline. If that is the case, then you have to reassess what the story is that you want to write. And if that is beneficial to your characters and to the world your characters live in and to your story as a whole. If it turns out to be beneficial, and if it turns out that that new main storyline is way better than the original main storyline, go ahead and continue with that main storyline, because it will only make your story better. But if you discover that that new main storyline, or what was previously a side storyline, in the end is just a small part and doesn't really push through till the end, then it shouldn't be your main storyline. It can influence your main storyline, but it is not your main storyline. Those are things to keep in mind when writing. And you can also make a note of that in your writing, in your manuscript. What I tend to do, for example, is things that I am not quite sure about, if I should keep it, or about a name I came up with, a name I found, or an event that happened. If I find things like that, then I will give it a different. Then I will give the text a different color. I will make it bold, and I will give it a different background, a yellow background in this case, so that I know that there are things that I need to solve later on. That helps me to stay in that writing flow, and especially finding names, for example. I mean, I have characters that have had I don't know, at least several names before I found their final name. Isla, for example, for my first book, for the main book series, I should say, has had, I think, 3 or 4 names before I found the name Isla to be suitable. Before I found that is her name. The same goes for Seamus and for Finlay. Nejat and Naja, those were names that I had pretty early. Nejat is a name. Originally, it was Ali Nejat or Ali Nejat. I made it Nejat. It doesn't make a huge difference. Naja is a name that that I found through a Turkish series, if I'm correct, and it happened to coincide to not coincide, but it happened to be a perfect fit for the original name I had found for this character, which was Naz or Nazli. And Naja is her full name. Nazli is the pet name that Nejat gave her, I found. And Naz is also a pet name often given by Alice, especially by her own team members. Or so I'm told. That is one thing that I don't quite know yet, how she got that pet name. And yeah, I just heard, I can tell you one other thing. And this is, it's a heavy thing if you want it to be a heavy thing. And in this case, for the ones who need to do that, it is a heavy thing. It can come with a lot of consequences. That is the promise. Earlier on, I said you have a promise, not like, yeah, I promise to do that. And there is a promise with a substantial thing that with substance. Let me put it that way. I don't have other words for that. The children already made a promise to Nejat, and the dragons will help them keep the promise, so that won't be a huge problem. I expect that if they do not quite keep their promise, that it won't be too much of an issue for Nejat. The villagers, however, they also need to promise Nejat something, and they are not quite, or at least some of them are not quite willing to make that promise, because especially for adults, the consequences of making a promise are far more impactful than for children, because children are, especially when they're young, especially before their forming years, before their teenage years, children can make promises, but they are not heavily held to that promise, because they cannot always see or cannot see what the impact of such a promise can be. Adults, however, that's a different story. So adults who make a promise have to realize that such a promise can really cost them if they don't listen, and if they don't follow up on their promise. That is why promises like this are really heavy. They are not asked often because of the potential consequences. In this case, Nejat feels that it is necessary to ask them for that impactful promise, because otherwise they might compromise the mission, endanger other people, endanger the companions, endanger the guards of the village who are coming along with them as well, and especially endanger the flutter nymphs they are supposed to rescue. So that is why he wants that promise from them. And there are a few villages who do not want to give them, who do not want to give him that promise. Most of them are okay with it. They realize that that there is no other choice really for them. Otherwise, they will just not be accepted on that mission. And of course, that's also fine. I mean, if they're not accepted, well, they will go back and okay, be done with it. In this case, there are a few villages who are, shall we say, reluctant at least to make that promise. They want an explanation. Well, I mean, as Nejat said, have you done this? Have you done that? Have you experienced this? Have you experienced the ancient magic? Have you experienced being in any other place with ancient magic? Have you dealt with thugs, with thugs like those outsiders who do not fear using violence? I mean, there are those people who have to answer no to all those questions because they do not have that experience. And they expect that they can just tread along with the companions and just do whatever they want. Well, no, of course not. That's not how it works. So Nejat asks them for that promise, and there is this woman who really doesn't want to do that. In the end, she does. So, okay. But there is that one villager, two villagers who are not only reluctant, but just do not want to give the promise. But they do want to get into that forest with the dragon companions and with the village guards and with the other villagers. Why do they want to go into that forest so desperately? I feel it's not for the goal of the mission. I feel there might be something going on there, and that's not good, of course. One of those villages is told by one of Seamus's team members that he just has to leave because he has a feeling that that villager will be just more of a hindrance to them, to the mission people, than anything else. Now, this particular companion has the sight. He's not a mage, but he can also be called a seer or something like that. But he has the sight. He cannot always choose it. It just comes to him. So when he says such a thing and he has a certain look on his face, then Seamus just needs to look at his face and know, okay, this is going to be a problem, or this is going to be whatever it is that his team member says. So Nejat only needs to look at Seamus to know, okay, this is not a joke, this is not just a counter thing. That person just needs to go. So yeah, that was what I could tell you guys about the promise and about this particular companion who has the sight and who in that way sort of prevents that the whole team, the whole mission team is compromised. Or well, at least that is what they hope. Let me put it that way. So it will be fun. It will be fun to find out how that progresses. I have no idea yet. It's incredible, and I already knew about this particular companion. I already knew he has the sides. So it's interesting to see him use it like this. I do not know yet how much he saw or what exactly he saw. But yeah, it's interesting to see him use it here. It's the first time that someone with the sides uses it in this background story. It will also be interesting to see if and when this companion foresees some future things. My apologies, I have an itch on my leg. If and when this particular companion sees something about the future of Nejat and Nejat, I have no idea. That is what this background story might reveal. I don't know yet. I'll have to see how that goes. I see that we've been writing for 2.5 hours already. I suggest we take a small break, a bathroom break, and to grab something to eat or a snack or drinks or whatever, and then be back in about 10 minutes. That should be enough, at least for me. I hope it's enough for all of you as well, and to just have a small break. And then after the break, we will continue with another writing session. So that's 3:50 my time, 10 minutes before 4 o'clock my time. I don't know what it is for all of you, but I suggest that we do that, and then we go back to writing at 3:50. I'll see you in 10 minutes time. And welcome back. I just needed to grab something to eat for myself because I was turning a bit hungry. I hope you guys had a good break. I got myself some hot chocolates and I baked a cake this weekend for my birthday visitors. And I had something left, so I thought I'd grab some myself as well. So how are you guys doing? How did your writing go? And did you have a good break? It's just to get your drinks, to get something to snack or to eat in between. Because remember, it's important to stay hydrated and to make sure that you have got something to eat. So that you can go on with your writing and stay in the flow. Just keep it somewhere around you, around your writing place, and make sure it doesn't clog up your writing place. That's also important. So. With drinks at the ready and some snacks with me, I'm going to start another writing sprint of 25 minutes. I hope you guys are ready for it, and I wish you good luck and a lot of fun with this sprint. And let me know how you are doing in the meantime. And let's start sprinting again. You're ready, the little right to do this? Perfect. Happy sprinting. Are you guys still seeing the stream? Because if I look live, then it seems that it's lagging, to say at least. But YouTube is also giving me an error message that it cannot maintain a smooth streaming. So are you guys still seeing everything properly? I'm blurry, but I'm there. Okay. It's weird. It all of a sudden did that. I don't know what's going on. I hope that it will improve soon and that YouTube will understand things again. Please let me know if it gets worse. I don't know what I can do from my side to make it better, because as far as I know, I didn't do anything. So, well, besides opening up a document that's on my external hard drive, but the external hard drive is directly connected to my laptop, so that shouldn't be a problem. So I'm kind of out of ideas about what it might cause this problem. Anyways, there are still about 10 minutes left in the sprint, so we'll just keep on writing and hope that things clear up. But please let me know if things get worse. And that is the end of our sprint. How did you guys do? I wrote a little less than in the previous sprints. I wrote 430 words, but that was also because YouTube decided to interfere with some lag and error messages. I have no idea what was going on. Everything still seems to be the same as it was before, so I don't know. At least it's not giving me error messages anymore, and it's saying I have an excellent connection. So that's good. So I hope I'm not blurry anymore, little doodles, because that will be a shame. I see in my own view, everything seems to be all right. So it's kind of weird. I don't know what happened. Maybe just a glitch, temporary glitch over the network. I mean, that's possible, right? So yeah, to tell you guys, no, nothing really in particular happened in this sprint, or in the story so far. Let me put it that way. In what I wrote during this sprint, it's not really interesting to tell you it. I mean, later on, if and when I decide to release this story, you might read about it, but it's nothing special. I mean, they're right now headed into the forest. That's all I can say. Yeah, and there's nothing particularly exciting or anything about it. So nothing to tell. So how did you guys do? If you are writing after this live stream has ended and you are just writing along with the video, let me know in the comments below, and let me know how you are doing, what your hurdles are, and how I can help you, and how perhaps my fellow cabin members can help you. I know they're also always willing to help. And let me know what project you are working on. I'm always curious to hear what other authors are working on, and it's always fun to share experiences and to share your stories, or at least I always find it fun to hear. So I promised that I would also take a look at NaNoWriMo. It's now 1.5 months. Yeah, I keep saying 2 months, but it's really not 2 months. It's 1.5 months away. I think it starts somewhere in the middle of the week, if I remember correctly. Yeah, NaNoWriMo starts at a Wednesday, so that's really not a good day to start. But, well, that's November 1st, so NaNoWriMo, November 1st, it's on a Wednesday. So how will I deal with that? By then, I hope to be working 100% again. That's my hope at the moment. I have no idea if I will be able to do that, but as things keep going as they are going now, then I will work 100% again by then. Which means that I only have the afternoon to prepare, and that will be also just a normal working day for me. So I mean, the Tuesday I can prepare, Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening, but I also have to go to bed on time, because the following morning I start working around 5:30 a.m. So I mean, I cannot really go on till or start at midnight, because that's just not feasible for me. But I do plan to start writing that Wednesday, so I will start writing an hour or so after I have come home, after I have had my lunch. As for live writing sprints, I have planned to do one on November 1st. So join me by then. If you want to be notified of that writing sprint, be sure to subscribe below, and then you will be automatically notified. I have to say, you have to subscribe and press that bell button to be notified of every notification, because I know that YouTube can be a bit finicky with giving you notifications of the channels you want to follow. So yeah, I am going to do a live stream with writing sessions on November 1st. That's the Wednesday. I will at least do weekly live sprints every Saturday. I have to correct that. I'm not sure if I will keep doing them on the Saturday or if I will move to the Friday evening. That kind of depends on how it goes next week. Next week my writing sprint will also be on a Friday evening, because on a Saturday I have a surprise birthday celebration with one of my best friends. So I have no idea what we are going to do, but I have reserved the whole day for that. So I cannot do a writing live stream session then. So I will be doing the next live stream next Friday, and depending on how that goes, so that's Friday the 22nd, depending on how that goes, I might move my schedule, my schedule to the Fridays instead of the Friday evenings instead of the Saturday afternoons. I'm not quite sure about that yet. It also depends on how it goes for me. In November, I will try to do 2 live writing streams a week. I think it will be too much to do multiple or to do more live streams during the week. I think that will be too much for myself. And I know I have to protect myself with that. I might do it in a way that on the Wednesday, the first day, I might do multiple live stream sessions, as in that I do a writing session in the afternoon, because simply in the morning I have to work. So I'll do a writing session in the afternoon after lunchtime, well, my lunchtime. Then I'll have dinner, and then I'll do an evening writing session. It won't be hours upon hours, but it will then probably be from 7 p.m. till 10 p.m, kind of the max, because the following morning I still have to work. So I'll have to see about that, but that is what I have tentatively in mind for November 1st. And I'll have to see how that goes. If that goes well, I might do it like that more often during November. During the first 2 weeks of November, I have to say. The second half of November, it's my holiday, and I reserve my holiday, especially in November. My holidays in November are always reserved for NaNoWriMo. So in the second half of November, I'm thinking about doing, or rather I have to say, right now I'm thinking about doing multiple live streams, more live streams than 2, in the second half of November, 2 per week. So I'm thinking about doing 1 live stream per day in November, in the second half of November, I have to say, to help to on one hand keep me writing, because it certainly helps me, and on the other hand to help you guys to keep writing, but also to chat a bit about how things are going, what what the hurdles are you are experiencing this NaNoWriMo. If you need some help with character development or story development or anything else, or world building, those are all things I can help you with. And me and my Kappa members, I know they're always happy to help out as well. So yeah, that is what I have in mind for the second half of November. So daily writing sessions, daily writing live streams. I will have to see at what times I will do that. I might even do a day or two where I do a morning session, an afternoon session, and an evening session. But those will be limited in time. And if and when I decide to do that, I will limit the live stream to 2 hours, I think. Because I mean, we all have, basically, at least that has been researched, that is result of research, we have an attention span of about 2 hours max. And to be writing for 2 hours, or to be writing a whole day, I have to say, that's not for everybody. And I know I can do that more easily the more I get to the deadline of NaNoWriMo. But in this case, I would also do that through live streaming, which is it's not the same as when you just write. You just sit down and write, simply because I talk to you guys. And that, I mean, that's part of a live stream, but it makes it quite different from me. So I really need to see how that goes. Maybe I will just test it in the first week or so, and then test it on a Monday to see how it goes. And if that goes well, I might do it more often. Or I'll just keep it at daily live streams for several hours, and that's it for those last 2 weeks in November. So at least these last 2 weeks in November, I will have a daily live stream for several hours, either 2 or more, depending on what I decide to do. So a minimum of 2 hours. If I do a live stream, if I decide to do one live stream a day, I will probably extend it to 3 to 4 hours, because I feel that is a nice amount of hours to both work and chat with you guys, and to see how things are going, and to have a small break in between. And to stay in that writing flow. So that is what I have in mind for November. So how do I prepare for that? Well, I'm already working on my outline. I'm working on this background story. I hope to have that finished before November starts. Because I feel that this background story will give me also more, how do I say that? More information about things that will play in the other books. Not only in the first book, but also in the other books. And that is important, because in the first book I will have to foreshadow things for the next books. So that is something I will keep in mind. And that is also why I hope that I can finish this background story well before November, so that I also have time to properly finish my outline for the whole series, because that is something I also need to make sure that certain things keep on progressing. And then I can write my third draft of my first book. in November. And I decided this morning that I'm going to make cupcake apple pies, small apple pies, probably sometime this week. And I will just make a whole batch of them and put them in the freezer. And the benefit is, I mean, they're the smallest cupcakes, and that means that I can pull them out of the freezer and easily let them thaw, and I can have a nice treat or two during November. And I can easily make about 20 or 30 of them in one or two sessions, baking sessions, and just store them in my freezer, and that way I will have a small apple pie every day. So it's something healthy because it contains apples. Yeah, I'm always looking at it from the bright side. And it's a snack. I mean, it's a pie, so it's a snack. So it's kind of a healthy snack. Maybe not completely, but yeah, kind of. I see it as a healthier snack than chocolate. And I think I can better... It's better, it's wiser to eat a small cupcake apple pie than to eat a lot of chocolate. Although chocolate is also very, very nice to have. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, I'm also a chocoholic, so that's not always easy. Although I have to say that I manage to steer clear from chocolate most of the time, and I have weeks that I have it happen that I buy a bar of chocolates when I'm grocery shopping for the week, and mind you, that when I do my grocery shopping, it's either on a Saturday after I have had breakfast, or it's on a Thursday or Friday, and I'm not always hungry then. But I just have my shopping list, and I go through the supermarket and the grocery store and etc. And just get my things. And often enough, it will happen that either I buy a bar of chocolates that is still in my closet, in my pantry, 3 weeks later, or I just don't buy a bar of chocolate, and then sometime during the week, I find, yeah, now I'm really in the mood for some chocolate. So, yeah. And Little Writer Doodles, you still don't know what your favorite nano snack of choice will be? Last year it was rosemary crackers, but not sure I'm feeling them this year. Rosemary crackers, okay. Yeah, I always choose some snack that will help me keep going, and for me, crackers oftentimes don't do it. It's too light. At the same time, I usually make sure that I have eaten before I start writing, so that I'm not writing while I'm hungry. Because if I write when I'm hungry, I cannot concentrate fully enough on my writing, and that is what I don't like. As for the rest, I usually make sure that I have something that I really like and that's I can keep on going with, and that's either easy to make, or I can buy it in bulk and store it easily, or in the fridge or in the freezer, or just in my pantry, and then it's okay. But I always feel that it needs to be something that I really like, because I also kind of use the snacks as a treat for reaching my goals, whatever the goals are. and then that way the snack is not just a snack to keep me going, but it's also a treat for a job well done. And that's also a way I look at it. I still need to think about my menu for the whole month. I want to make sure that I have decent meals the whole month. So the rules, you might learn to make dairy-free brownies and see if that will work. Oh, those are good. So I still haven't learned to make brownies myself, but you might have just given me an idea. Brownies. Brownies and apple pie cupcakes. Oh, that's such a bad combination for a chocoholic. Yep, excellent suggestion. I also need, well, I won't use dairy-free because although I am lactose intolerant, I often cannot use the other alternatives. So I use lactose-free milk instead. I think it has 2 or 3 grams more sugar, but you sure as hell taste it. But things like oat milk and soya milk, those are things I cannot really have. So I'll just have to use the lactose-free milk and lactose-free yogurts. Those are my go-tos. But yeah, brownies. Oh, and chocolate chip cookies. That's, oh god. I think I have. I'm going to make a snack list right now. That's so bad. I mean, I really shouldn't have that, but now that we're talking about it, I'm getting loads of ideas. Okay, I'm gonna add it to my snack list. Added in my in my Scrivener document. Brownies. Cupcake. Apple pies. Yeah, those oh, what did I think of just now? I thought of something and now I don't remember what I thought of. Oh, that's a good one. Lactose-free brownies, cupcake, apple pies. There was a third thing I think I thought of, but I don't know anymore. It will get to me somehow, sometime. It's always fun to think about the snacks that you would like to have, especially when you still have the time to prepare for those things, because it's what shall I say? Oh, that ring light is really annoying in my glasses. I only just noticed it now. Okay. So yeah, lactose-free brownies, cupcake, apple pies. Those are most definitely 2 things. I might also make, it's an Indonesian snack, sort of say, lumpers. That's rice rolls, literally a roll of rice, and with chicken and herbs inside it. It tastes so good, and it's healthy. I mean, it's rice, it's vegetables, it's meat inside. So yeah, that's a good snack to have in between as well. So I might do that. And I might make another Indonesian snack. It's bapau, but I'm not quite sure about that yet. I'll have to think about that, because that takes up quite a while to make. The lumpers as well. The brownies and the cupcakes are a bit easier to make, I think. Oh right, and the chocolate chip cookies. I totally forgot. So yeah, I have a list of 5 snacks. I'll have to think about that. I mean, those chocolate chip cookies always taste great. So yeah, snacks, that's most definitely something I want to do. Because that is something to keep me going. And those are things that you can often just keep at hand near your laptop or your computer or whatever you work on. It's just small things and they're easy to keep at hand. So those are things I will prepare. I make sure that I have enough of my favorite drinks, which is tea and hot chocolate. Well, the hot chocolate is quite easy. Just make sure that I have enough milk and enough cacao. And tea, I have a great variety of tea flavors, so I can just make whatever I want. Yeah, the next is making a list of meals, of dinners that I want to eat during Nano. I have one thing that I have in mind as a treat for myself for reaching the Nano goal. And of course, I have no idea if that will be at the end of Nano. It's possible. Or if that will be sooner. Because with the live stream writing sessions right now, I tend to get 2,000 to 2,500 words every time. So if I can keep that up, I might reach my goal way sooner than the end of November. So that will be great. So what I like to do, or what I have in mind to do, let me put it that way, is to go to my favorite sushi restaurant and get some meals there, because, well, it's fun, and I'm not a traditional sushi consumer. I do not like raw meat. I do not like raw fish. But they also have a lot of other dishes that I really love. And I will just get those as a treat for myself. And perhaps I might just go there to eat, just to have an evening out. And if my Dutch friends who are living close by are also participating, or just in the mood for some sushi, we might have that with all of us, or another friend of mine living here in my hometown. If she's in the mind for something like that, we might do that as well. So I have no idea, but one way or the other in November I will do that. I will eat that. So yeah, that is definitely on my list, because I mean that's not cheap. So I don't do that every month or every week. So I think it should really be a treat. So that is one treat I have in mind, and another one I have in mind is to go to a restaurant here. It's a Chinese restaurant, and I have to say I don't know. Is there what the English translation is? Let me see if I can find it. Okay, Wokon. I don't know if that is a proper English translation. I don't know. I don't think so. Essentially, we just go to that restaurant and we pick the vegetables and the meat or the fish or whatever ourselves, and we go to the chefs and they prepare it in front of us, and then we take it back, and we have the side dishes. We get the side dishes, and then we have our meal that we constructed ourselves. That's also not a cheap restaurant. It's also not. I mean, it's not very expensive, but I really consider that as a good treat that I don't do weekly, or rather that I don't do monthly, and most certainly not weekly. So yeah, those are treats I have in mind for myself. And that's you have to. I think it's important to have treats like that for yourself, to think about it way before Nano starts, because when Nano starts, it's best to have thought about it, to have those things in place, so that when you reach your goals, when you reach your milestones, you have something to treat yourself with. A day in the spa, I don't know, your favorite cocktail, heck, I don't know, a day to the a movie outing, things like that. Just treat yourself. You deserve it after you've been writing for so long and after you've reached your milestones. You really deserve it. I think that is why it's important to think about those things way before Nano, because then you have the time to think about those things, and you don't have to scramble for it when you have just reached your milestone. No, you have already prepared it one way or another. I mean, sure, a restaurant you might need to make reservations. It's not said that you have to. In these two restaurants, I usually do not need to make reservations. It's handy, but I don't need it. Those treats I just told you about, those are things that take time. Especially the lumper, the bapao, those are things that really take time, that take 1 or 2 days to finish it all. I don't have that time during NaNoWriMo. I mean, I need to write. I simply do not have time to sit down and relax and make the lumper and make the filling for the lumper. I don't have time for that. But it's such a good snack to have. So yeah. Sometime in the coming weeks, I'm most definitely going to make all those treats for myself. I also have, and I did not quite think about that, but I also have quite some dried fruit, and that is really the really healthy part for me, because most fruits I can't have just like that. I need to process them somehow to disable the protein that I'm allergic to. So I have quite some dried fruit. So that is something. Excuse me. That's a snack I'll keep at hand as well. I mean, it's healthy, so that's good. I have dried cherries, I have dried melons, dried nectarines, peaches, I think. ananas, pineapple. My apologies. It's called ananas in Dutch. It's pineapples. And maybe, but that depends on the price, in the coming weeks I might make seed bars for myself. But like with a lot of things, I mean, the cherries were about twice the price as they were last year, so it was a staggering amount, a staggering price rise. If I look at pine nuts, pumpkin seeds, things like that, those are also very, very expensive. So making a seed bar isn't a cheap thing anymore either. It is very healthy, but it's not cheap anymore. So yeah, I might make them. I might make a few of them, but I'll have to think about it, because it's very very expensive to make these days. I can't have nuts like peanuts and cashew nuts and things like that. Although I loved them in the past, I really love to eat cashew nuts and almonds and peanuts and all things like that. I love that. But yeah, no, that's not an option for me anymore. Absolutely not. So, I mean, those are things that somehow are not that expensive at the moment, or at least not, they seem not to be expensive as seeds are. So I'll have to look into that. I'll have to think about that, I have to say. I don't know how I'm going to deal with that. I don't know yet. So I have my my list of snacks. I have 2 dinners in mind that I will eat during November. And the other dinners I don't know yet. But I am thinking about making it really easy to make or to warm up, to microwave, or just warm up in the pan. So it doesn't take me that much time to make it in November, because all the other things will already take a lot of time. So I mean, writing, working, managing my household, and especially the writing with that particular goal in mind. I mean, that 50k words, that's something to really work on, and that is not always an easy thing, but I will try to do that. And that is why I want to think about a meal plan for the entirety of November, see what I can prepare before November, and go from there. I might make something like s'more chicken. That's also an Indonesian dish. I really love it. It takes some time in preparing, but I can easily freeze it, so I can more easily eat it, and just warm up in a pan and then eat it with some rice. I mean, I won't freeze the rice because the rice is rather easily cooked, so I'm not gonna freeze the rice. But yeah, those are things I will definitely make. And for the rest, I might go for some pulled pork, pulled chicken. Same story, easy to make, easy to freeze, and easy to warm up. And that is what you want in November. Oh, my apologies, I did not mean to start a sprint. That is what you want for November. You want to, or at least that is my advice for November. Let me put it that way. You want to have as much time as possible to write. I mean, you have your household, you have children, if you have children, children who need attention, one way or the other. You have a partner with whom you also want some time, if you have a partner. You have your work, you have other things. And on top of that, you have to write 1,667 words a day to make that goal of 50,000 words by the end of November. So yeah, that is something, or that is for me the reason to already think about the things I can prepare beforehand, so that I don't even need to think about it during November. I can simply say, okay, I've got it, and I'll just need to pull it out of the fridge or the freezer. I need to warm it up, or I have it stored in cans, in jars, glass jars, and that's easy to eat. One of the things I have, for example, is also fruit leather. I have fruit leather made of apples and made of cherries. Yes, I did do that this year. I just wanted to try it out, and it tastes so good. So yeah, I made that. Yeah, those are things that you can prepare beforehand. And it's important to do that, so that you do not have to think about that by then. Or do not have to think about it during November, because then it will be too late, and then you just need to take action right then and there. So that is all about NaNoWriMo, for the snacks and for the meals that I wanted to talk about right now. Next week I will look into the more practical things of software, the hardware, being pens and such, things like that. That is what I'd like to look at next week. So if you have any questions about that, let me know in the comments, let me know in the Discords, and I'll see if I can answer them during next week's live stream. Let me jot down these notes real quick. Before I forget. Right. Oh, damn it. Started this. Okay, that's something I still need to solve, and I will hopefully have solved that by next week, but I don't know yet. Okay, so that's it for nano snacks and nano meals. And I will look into other things next week, next Friday. So make sure to leave your questions in the comments. Your questions about software to use, about other things, other writing supplies that you use. Call it hardware, call it just writing supplies. That's okay. Put your questions in the comments. Put your experience in the comments. Let me know about it. I love to share experiences, exchange experiences, and. Excuse me. And I will look at it next week. So enough about NaNoWriMo. Let's get back to our writing now. I see that it is 5 o'clock, so I suggest that we do let's say 2 more sprints of 20 minutes instead of 25. No, wait, no, I have enough time. 2 more sprints of 25 minutes with a very short break in between of 5 minutes. And then we'll end the live stream. Does that sound like a plan to you guys? Yep. Let me know. Oh, damn, I closed my timer. Why did I close my timer? That was not supposed to happen. Where did it go? Here. Okay, there's my timer again. Yeah, so 2 more sprints for today, and then I'll call it today, because then I have a Formula 1 race to go and watch with a friend of mine. Don't tell me how it ends. I know it must have ended right now, because it's 5 p.m. and the race was supposed to start at 2 p.m. today, so I have no idea what has happened in Singapore. No clue at all. But normally, if a race starts at 2 p.m., they have 3 hours to finish the race, no matter what happens. So please don't spoil anything, because I want to see the race. And I made the deal that we go watch the race in about 1.5 hours. So let's start another sprint and see what new information I can discover and what's going on in that forest, because, well, they went into the forest right now at the end of the previous writing sprint. So I'm going to see what surprises await me and how Nejat and all the other companions are going to deal with it. It will be interesting to see. I wish you all good luck on sprinting. Have a lot of fun, and see you in 25 minutes. And we have 5 seconds left in our sprint. 2, 1. And that is the end of our sprint. How did it go for you guys? I have to say I had a slow start. But in the end it went better than I expected. Unfortunately I cannot tell anything about what is happening in the forest at the moment, besides that the flutter nymphs, well, we already knew that they have been captured, and loads of other creatures are fleeing. That is all I am allowed to say about what I discovered in the forest up until now. It is incredible. I mean, I have no words for that. It's bizarre what is happening. I mean, it's not only the flutter nymphs, but so many other creatures are now being threatened. It has to be terrible what these outsiders do. And I fear for what the companions and the guards and the other villagers will find once they reach the flutter nymphs family, and once they find those outsiders. I cannot imagine it right now, but boy, I don't know if I'm gonna like what I discover. But, well, that's the life of an author. You won't always like what you discover, but, well, it is part of the story. So I'll have to see how that goes. At least the companions are sort of prepared. I mean, they have experience, they have fought battles, they have captured all kinds of villains. So yeah, that is not directly a problem, or at least I hope so. Oh, let me go back to the main screen. One moment, my apologies. Yes, I really need to find that other sprint function. But yeah, there is so much going on what you can discover. And I mean, also those people who write their outlines into the tiniest details and who know exactly what will happen. You won't know until you write it, until you actually put the words on paper. I mean, you can make an outline as detailed as detailed as possible, but until you write the actual scene, you have no idea what you're gonna find. Of course, you have ideas, you have a concept, you have a vision, and depending on if you are a planner or a pantser or planter, in my case, a discovery writer, you know more about the scene you're going to write, or you know less. And of course you can know a lot of details, and you can have in your mind an idea of how the scene is supposed to look. But until you actually write it, until you're actually sitting down and writing that scene word for word, sentence for sentence, and not the details that you wrote in your outline, but really the scene itself, that is when it materializes. That is when you see all the other things that are also part of that scene. I mean, you can write a crime novel and you can have in your mind that a detective is visiting the crime scene. Let's say I don't know, I really have no experience in writing crime novels, but for example, that's just my layman's idea. And the detective enters the crime scene. The crime scene is a small apartment, and you see all kinds of things, or your detective sees all kinds of things thrown on the floor, broken vases, broken plant pots, broken lights, I don't know, all kinds of things. Sees blood spatters on the wall and on the floor, but there's no body. What the heck happened? And it is, I mean, you can, in your outline, you can put the information that all those broken things are there. There are blood spatters on the wall and blood spatters on the floor. But you haven't included any information about the body, which suggests there is nobody on the scene. Until you start writing that scene, where do you find that body? Is there indeed nobody on the scene? Or does it turn out that that there is actually a body on the scene, but not at the moment the detective walks in? Is the body perhaps already obscured already in a body bag? Is the body perhaps in the bathroom? I have no idea. I mean, I'm just making it up as I go. I really haven't got a clue. But that is what you see when you really start writing the scene. And in this case, in my case, I hadn't prepared an outline, let alone details. So I had no idea, which means that everything I write is something I discover. In my first book, which I have now already written twice, for my first book I had made an outline. For the second draft, or draft 1 as I called it, I had made an outline as well. I had made a heavily adjusted outline. But I don't include every detail because that's not how I work. Which means automatically that when I write a scene, the details are things that I really discover, unless it is really a vital detail. I mean, if it's a I don't know, an artifact that needs to be found, and I know I have already discovered that artifact will be found in that scene, then yeah, I have that detail. But where it lies exactly and what it is surrounded by, and if there is an overgrowth of plants, for example, or if it's in a protective case in some house or whatever, of course, depending on where you are in the story, and in my case, if the character is in the city, or if the character is in a forest, that might make a huge difference. And that's all part of it. And even though I might include several details in my story, or in my outline, I should say, it doesn't mean that I have everything laid out. It doesn't mean that I know exactly what I will have in the scene that I'm writing, and that's the difference. And that's okay. That's okay. It doesn't make my job easier. it sometimes it makes it more challenging. And at the same time, it also makes it fun, because I discover things as I go, and it's not always, how shall I put this, discovering things as you go can also give you the freedom, or at least it gives me the freedom to play with things and to sort of play with my characters and play with my storyline, see how that goes, how that evolves, and to work on that. And that is why I do not include all the details, why I don't take the time to write down all kinds of details I want in that scene. I will find it out through writing the scene. And that is what I'm right now doing, because for this background story I have not written any outline, so I have no idea what's going to happen. Of course, I know a few vital things that I need to happen. I need to discover more in this background story, or I need to discover more information about in this background story. For example, how Nejat and Nejat exactly meet, I have an idea, but what exactly the circumstances are, how their moods are, who is with them, things like that. That's information I do not have yet. But also other things, how their relationship really grows, how other moments in their relationship are vital moments I already have in mind. But at the same time, those are moments of which I have a vision, a concept, but not a detailed vision yet. So those are things I still need to discover further. So I will find it out through writing, and hopefully before November I will have everything I need. So it is almost 5:45. I suggested in a few minutes we do our last writing sprint of the day, or at least of this stream, let me put it that way, and for me of the day, because later on I'll have the race, and afterwards I don't think I have any energy left anymore to write. So yeah, one more sprint, and then that's the end of today's live stream by then. For those of you joining in later, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell to be notified of new live streams. The next live stream is next Friday, the 22nd. I start at 7 p.m. Central European summertime. Yeah, it's still summertime then, which is Amsterdam time. And I will probably go on till 10 p.m. max. So there will be a max of 3 hours. Depending on what the plans are for the next day, I might cut it down to 2 hours. And I don't know yet what the plans are for next Saturday. I don't know that yet. That's a surprise. So, yeah, that's what I have planned for now. Let me know in the comments or in the Discord how you are doing, what you are writing about, what your current project is, and what you are going to write about in November. Are you rebelling and writing in your current story like I am? I'm a rebel. I'm a NaNoWriMo rebel. Or are you writing in a completely different, completely new project? Tell me about it. Let me know in the comments, and let me know what or who your main characters are, what their let's take one main character. Who is your main character? Why is he or she the main character? And give me one of her best traits and one of her points to work on. Let's put it that way. And let me know what you have in mind for the story. What are you trying to achieve, or what is the storyline in 3 sentences? I'm really looking forward to hearing about it. So put it down in the comments, and I will respond to it later on. It will be fun to hear, and to hear about your experiences and your projects that you were working on. So let me know. So I will start the last writing sprint of today's live stream, and I wish you all happy writing and good luck with this last writing sprint. And I will do a very short recap at the end. See you later. See you in 25 minutes. My apologies, something went wrong. We actually have about 20 minutes left in the sprint. So I will stop the sprint before the timer you see currently on your screen ends. We now have 5 minutes left in the sprint, despite what you see on screen. I wish you happy writing. We have left 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of our sprint. Thank you all for joining. I hope that you had a wonderful last sprint. I managed to write 632 words in this last sprint, so I'm very happy with the results. As it turns out, they might encounter problems way before they had expected it. And that is unfortunately all I can tell you about what Nejat and the companions and the villagers and the guards have met at the moment. A lot has happened. I have discovered several things that were very handy to know, and I expect the coming pieces will be harder in a way that I might discover things I really hadn't expected. But I'll see about that. I have no idea yet. Maybe in the end it won't be as bad as I now think it might become. But I don't know. I will have to see what the companions and all the others encounter. And as it looks now, that I can tell you, they will encounter the problems before they reach the ancient forest. So that is quite interesting. I will see. I have no idea at the moment. So with that, I leave you all. I hope that you will have a wonderful week ahead of you, and I hope that you can write a lot. In the meantime, next week, coming Friday, I have to say it properly, coming Friday will be my next live stream with writing sessions. It will start at 7 p.m. Central European Summer Time, Amsterdam time, and I hope you will all join us again. I wish you all a lot of fun. Bye.